Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session number 385, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. Players, at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 385 points to your player characters for showing up on time. Thank you very much. When last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Aquabelia. The pirate marina town. Led by Old One Eye. Not so old, actually. Fairly young. In his mid-20s, I think. Late 20s.
Double check. I think I put on my notes when the talking fees are up.
Mid-20s.
I did. Okay. Also need to put in my notes that I owe a couple of favors to Tara. I imagine she won't want to wait too terribly long.
Oh god, that's right.
But should have done it before we started out. I can have Varen travel me back if we end up going too late. As it is, it's only been like a week or something.
I have no idea where you guys are at. Ah, okay. You're in the Kraken. And Ryer is playing guitar. Okay. And cue the guitar. And I have no turn order tracker. There it is. Sometimes it disappears when I minimize it. All right. Time and spells. First up is Asher and Company.
So Asher and Carbill are on the gunship. They made a purchase last time. And to be honest, the only other business I have in this town is that now that I have an elephant, I want a stable U-Haul and push me for a for the same duration that I paid arena fees, which was 2 months. So they'll head that way. Depending on how if the guys have anything to do, I'll be happy just to pay the money and fast forward.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So time now is noon on July the 2nd.
I think that was 5 silver a day per horse.
And you guys want to fast forward to leaving town?
If they are finished, then I am ready.
Does anyone else have any business?
I do not.
Okay, just go ahead and move your characters. Actually, just go ahead and delete your characters' tokens.
I'm going to delete all the mounts that I am not stabling.
Okay, I'm giving you all access to knowledge of the Kraken. And of Aquabelia. So if you mention those locations in your journal or in your bio, and put brackets around the name, it'll link directly to those handouts.
Oh.
So sorry, but actually, before we leave, before we turn in for the night, I'd like to talk to Ryer again.
Okay.
So I come up to Ryer and I say, so tell me, I gotta know, you must have heard a lot of rumors. How did Captain One Eye lose that eye?
He goes, well, I don't know. That's one of his big secrets. Might want to ask him.
You haven't heard anything at all? There must be some whispers.
I mean, some people say he lost it in a gunfight. Some say in a knife fight. I don't know exactly.
And you mentioned earlier about that. We were talking about that kraken and the circus. You know about those people in the circus?
Yeah, that was Thrasham May I and let's see, whoops. Let's see, Thrasham May I. Gallus Magnar, Adelon the Silver She-Dragon, Lucas the Grey Elf Wild Mage, Musico the Human Transmutress, Draz Windle the Dark Elf Fighter Thief, and Kiona the Half-Elf Bardus.
And I turn to Asher and I say, "Didn't you join something called the circus one time?"
Asher says, oh, I assume this is when she's returned to the inn. And she says, oh, it was the circus when I joined, and then we were the superstars, and now we're the Order of the Superior Stars. So, you know, changes in management, but basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. So Chandrak leans in. You're talking to the extension of the group of people that killed that kraken.
And he goes, oh yeah, I know.
Oh, you know that one. Okay.
Yeah, because
Asher smiles and says, we're very famous.
he goes, Ryer goes, yeah, because when Thrasham May I retired, then it turned into the Superstars, and when Calamar retired, it turned into the Order of the Superior Star.
Well, I myself joined the Order of Superior Star really recently, and I was wondering if you might like to join our little band with us. I think you're exactly what I'm looking for. You know, something to spice up the mood and to keep the spirits up. So, what do you say? You can come on with us. And I flipped a coin, but this time it's not a silver coin; it's a platinum coin. And I say, come with us. You're gonna earn a lot more money for working with me than you'll ever get playing music in bars like this.
And he goes, sure, but we gotta work out some minor details first. Like, how are we gonna split the money up? 50-50? Like, I know there are other major members that have their own little band, like you would have me. I know it.
Of course.
All the money gets split up equally among the major members first, and then they split up everything equally.
And then I would give you a share of what my portion is. If that sounds right with you.
Half of it?
I'd be willing to do that.
And then what about magic items I can use? Because I like stringed instruments a lot. And sometimes, you know, there's string instruments that come up. And also, I like to shoot my sword pistol. And sometimes magic bullets come up. So, you know, there might be a few things I need here and there. I've already got this overwhelmingly powerful suit of chainmail, so I probably won't be needing any armor. Because if I wear anything heavier than chainmail, then I can't cast my spells.
Well, if we can run across any magic bullets or any magical instruments, then yeah, and I'll be saying I'll be pulling my weight and be giving that to you.
Also, I only have 4 spells, and once I learn how to read magic, that is, I'll be a lot more useful in the spell department. And, because right now I'm kind of breaking everything down and translating it myself. But once I find some way to read magic, like maybe if you could teach it to me, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then maybe the copy spell, and then I'll really get rolling.
Oh yeah, if you don't have either of those, then no problem. I'll set you up. You need those.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so if any like guitars come up or like magic bullets, you know, that you actually get your hands on or anything, I'd really appreciate that. Well, any kind of musical instruments, really, I'd probably be, because I didn't see any other bards when you guys rolled in here. And I can pick up new instruments pretty quick.
So do we have a deal then?
Yeah, I guess so. And he holds his hand out to shake on it.
And Chandrak holds his and gives it a nice firm shake and a big wide smile.
And
says,
go ahead.
I'm glad to be adventuring with you, Ryer.
And he's like, I'm glad to be entertaining you.
Asher says, hey, I was gonna stable push me and U-Haul, since I just got that cool new elephant chasa. If you buy a riding saddle for U-Haul, then Ryer can ride that one.
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
And then I am gonna,
I will do that.
if you don't mind, you can give control of U-Haul to Chandrak. And I will just stable push me.
So he only has Phantasmal Force, Detect Magic, Charm Person, and Spook.
Okay.
And you said you were giving U-Haul to Shandrak?
Yes, please. I'll have to buy a riding saddle though.
Yeah. Alright, that's 10 gold pieces.
I am updating the daily routine with which mounts get unfailing endurance. And see, what's your new cat mountain's name?
You saw it.
I spell that.
USAT.
Yeah.
U has a umlaut on it.
I don't know how to do that. Oh, and also before we leave, I'm going to ask Farron to kind of study the area so that so you can get to know it pretty well, and we could dimensional fold back here if we wanted to. More likely when we want to, since this is where my boat is.
Yeah.
And then at midnight, Ashriel will, right after midnight, Ashriel will have to redo his chain contingency that he has. He's going to do the same one.
As long as you make note of it on the daily routine.
Okay.
I'm out
That's
of
it.
it. So you can have
It
it.
lasts. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I'm out of it.
It lasts for 1 week, so I only have to do it once a week.
Yeah, it still needs to go on the daily routine.
Yeah, I got it. Sam.
I'm sunburned from working in the garden yesterday.
We had rain here. There was no sun to be had.
It rained in the evening, but it was a nice day up until then. Put down some wheat block and new soil and space out the jonquils so they don't choke each other. Ooh, I planted a couple of bonsai trees, and I've got some hydrangeas coming in this week. I'm so excited.
Ooh, nice. We just planted a couple apple trees and a pear tree like a few weeks ago.
Wow, beautiful.
So now I need to know what speed you guys are moving at.
The slowest is going to be the movement 12 draft horses, and they all have infilling endurance.
Okay. So while you guys are traveling over land, I just need to know at the beginning of each day which direction you guys are headed, and we should be good.
So as a player, I've forgotten. I feel like Asher would still remember. Let's see. We were going to the Mesa, right?
Somewhere in the south, right?
It's north, yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I guess Asher would know the best way there would be to basically hug the beach until Forever Forest clears out towards the south, and just follow the edge of the forest until you get to the Gray Mesas.
So follow the beach, then follow the forest.
Yeah. Okay, so can everyone can see the marker, right?
Yes. Can't see the map behind it, but I see the marker.
You can't see the map behind
Same.
it?
Nope.
Yeah, it's all dark.
Okay.
I think we had this problem a few weeks ago, and you just took us back to landing page and then back to the map, and it worked.
Okay, so just put you back on landing page. Like that. And then bring you back here.
No, I was wrong. It didn't work.
Okay.
Okay. How about now?
There we go.
So all I did was switch its vision off and then on again.
Oh.
Okay.
Try to remember that.
Yeah. All right. So you are at the edge of the town right there. And you can see that there's farmland about the edge of town, which is essentially open plains with road on it. So each of those squares only takes half as much as open plains.
Oh,
So
real
we
quick, just
have-
in the
Go ahead.
In the interest of playing fair. Whenever it is too windy for Arahil to fly, he is going to be on top of the canopy over the elephant. I keep forgetting what it's called. Starts with an
Howdah.
H. Howdah. He's going to be on top of the howdah, but that will slow the elephant down from 12 to 10, plus an unveiling endurance.
Okay. Alright. A normal day's marching lasts for 10 hours, including reasonable stops for rest and meals. Under normal conditions, the character can walk twice his movement rate in miles in those 10 hours. Thus, an encumbered man can walk 24 miles across clear terrain. Characters can also force march. At the risk of exhaustion, force marching enables the character to travel 2.5 times his movement rate in miles. But mounts are different. They are only time and movement. Mounted overland movement. Okay. A mount can be pushed to double its normal daily movement rate, but only at the risk of lameness and exhaustion. With the spell that you have cast, though, Unfailing Endurance, there is no risk of lameness and exhaustion. So you just are able to double the movement rate of your slowest mount, which is the draft horses. And at 12, their movement rate is doubled to 24, which essentially gives you 48 movement points in a day. And those 48 movement points are what is consumed by terrain cost. Open plains have a terrain cost of 1 point per mile. So if you were just on open plains, you would travel 48 miles per day, or 4 squares, thereabouts. However, this trip is going to require you to travel through plains and some medium forest in one day. Until you leave the current terrain, it is about 18 miles. Which terrain is the party currently traveling? It is plains. Into which terrain will the party travel? It will be light. No, that's medium forest, I think. Medium forest. Forest, medium. Alright, so you guys are able to travel 28 miles. And you're in the forest now. This is the next day, so it's no longer July the 2nd, it's July the 3rd. And you would leave at 7 a.m. for a normal schedule. So that would be random encounters, special, inhabited or patrolled areas, plain, July 3rd, 11:85, and it's summer. Oh yeah. Man, it gets windy today. So wind speeds speed up to a gale.
Okay, so the
So-
slowest moving creature is going to be the elephant at 10 plus unfailing endurance.
Okay. So I gotta redo this. So 20. Submit. And that was 18 miles to the end of the square of farm.
Still a hell of a lot better than 3.
Yeah.
For sure.
Forest, medium. So 25 miles. So we're gonna go back just 3 miles here. Damn it. All right. So at 8 in the morning. You guys are in this rural area. You've been walking along for about an hour. Just kind of walking through the roads in between the crops, leaving the area of One Eye's fief. You're you're on this road. Go ahead and roll base size initiative. And delete any of the creatures that you left behind as well. And I know Arahil shouldn't be flying, so I'll switch him over to a less mobile form.
Also, can you add a Ryer and U-Haul?
Let's see, you have access to U-Haul, and then Ryer I'll put in your... Actually, U-Haul should already be on there somewhere.
U-Haul is on there. I added him to the map. He isn't under my, my
No,
tab.
no, I mean, he should have been under one of her characters, not yours. So go ahead and delete the other one.
Alright.
Oh, he was all the way in the back.
Oh,
I see him
there
now.
he is. Yeah, alright. I deleted that.
And then you can drop Ryer now. I put him in your folder.
Nice. Thank you.
And then go ahead and roll base size initiative for your PC. So it's about 8 in the morning.
I'm excited. I think this is the first bard I've ever played with. Nope, second.
And this is no wussy bard either. This guy carries basically the gunblade from Final Fantasy VIII.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he has a suit of chainmail +5.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And he's only like level 4. He's been around, even though it's because he adventured with these guys on one-shots before. So you got to remember, everything you said and did on one-shots never happened.
Right. Yep.
So bards aren't super useful until they get to about, I want to say like level 7 or 8. Then their percentages are all decent enough for them to use it, like with some effectiveness.
And their feat skills.
Oh yeah, well, they really only get, climbing, listening, and picking pockets.
Yeah.
Okay, Shandrak and Company.
Okay. So. Well, let's just start continuing down the road. Take it in the air. We'll stop there and just look around.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
All right. We will ride ahead here, hopefully. Line up. And I'll look around, see if I see anything.
Not
Then
quite
mention-
yet. Just assholes and elbows of Shandrak and Company.
And I'll say to Shandrak and Ryer that
Yeah.
he's happy to have Art along. He's thought that was something this troop needed since he first joined. So glad to have Ryer on board. And that'll be it for our turn.
Okay. And Asher and Company.
Right, so this one is set. 20 on non-combat. Let's put him on top of somebody. Benny. Phil and everybody else behind him. Asher, see anything with her eagle eyes?
Not quite yet.
Alright.
Oh, right.
Good enough.
All right. So, as you guys come up around the bend, y'all come around up around the bend, up ahead. You guys see
I was in along down the trail.
seen along down the trail. You see a group of men who have dismounted their horses, and it looks like a lot of them are wearing rank. And the ones that are wearing rank are wearing, like, you know, field plate. One guy's wearing full plate mail. And it looks like they're having a piss in the bushes. And there's one man still mounted who looks rather impatient, and he's dressed in wizard's robes. Time and spells, Shandrak and Company.
So I believe from here we were heading south. So I think I'll start off that direction. And I'll move just to there, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. You can see their emblems on the side of their horses are the Jolly Roger of Captain One Eye.
Oh.
So it's a human skull with crossed swords underneath. So these are probably one of his patrols.
And Kandrak will make eye contact with the wizard and just nod as he rides on by.
And the wizard looks pretty young. Maybe mid to late 20s. And probably about 25-ish. Right in the middle. And as you nod and ride by, he says,
Is my voice changer on?
Yes.
Hello there.
Hello. We had just come from One Eye's great city. I see you have his emblem.
Yes. Unfortunately, we have the honor of being his patrolman. The commander there is having a piss.
Oh, you gotta go.
I'm Timur. Timur the Mage.
Timur. Chandrak. Likewise, I'm a mage.
It's amazing. Coincidence.
Isn't it?
Anyways, where are you headed?
Oh, we're just off on adventure. We thought outside of Pirate City you could find all sorts of wonderful things.
As well as inside. I see you've taken advantage of that with that elephant and saber-tooth
yes.
back there.
Oh yes, we wanted to be well prepared, and we saw some exotic and unique creatures. And just couldn't help ourselves but to pick up a couple up.
Oh yes, some exotic and unique creatures both in the barn and at the Crack Inn. Did you do any dancing while you were there?
I did actually. Yeah, Ryer plays a good little tune, and I had dressed with a lovely lass in red myself.
Ah. Did you dance her into the bedroom by any chance?
No. Although probably could have.
It's a shame. You don't know what you're missing. Those girls are amazing. Anyways.
Dance enough was enough for me.
Yes. Anyways, care to have a piss and meet the commander?
Oh no, I think we'll just be on our way. Wonderful meeting you.
Shaking hands enough rather than shaking something else.
Yes. Not the best time to be meeting someone.
Well, I'll shake your hand then and
Sure.
let you on your way. And he comes over. Timur.
Chandrak. But Chandrak just, again, kind of nods to him and doesn't give him his hand.
Oh, he kind of looks down disappointed. Says, well, have a better day.
You too. Don't find anything too exciting.
Oh, watching officers pissed isn't exactly what I would consider exciting, but unfortunately I'm indentured into this servitude.
Oh. That's awful. What happened?
Oh, ran afoul of a pimp. He drew a knife and, well, I was quicker. I put him to sleep and, made off with his girl. And in these parts, that's not exactly, well, couth.
I'd say so. You're justifying my not sleeping with my dancer. I feel much better already.
Alright, well, have a good day. And Tenzi and Company.
We'll ride up next to Asher first and ask if we should head south or stay easterly using a northern passage.
I think we're heading south, but is that what Asher thinks?
From here, yeah, it would be pretty southerly.
Asher points south and says, "That way."
Okay. Tenzi nods and continues on. And grab all my guys here. I got most of them.
As you get closer, you can see the patrol commander has mounted his horse and has fastened his codpiece back on with some sort of spork-looking tool, which he slides into his belt pouch. And turns to you and says, "Good day."
Good day to you. What part of the road have you been patrolling? We are headed south.
The Lord One Eye's farmland. I'm Commander Lysander.
I'm called Tenzi. So we're heading south. Are there any dangers we should be aware of?
Ah, yes. I wanted to warn you. Be on the lookout for Ettins in these parts. We've had a few raids where people were killed and worse. Some people are missing.
Oh, really? That is good to know. Thank you.
Or
We'll be
worse.
on our guard. We will be on our guard. Thank you.
Yes, good. Very well. Giants are always a threat. Remember that. As well as dragons. These parts are getting more and more dangerous by the day. It's not like when you and I were children. No, not anymore.
And he just kind of waves you on.
Okay. And that's the
He's
end of
the
my
out.
move.
How many men he's got? He's got a bunch of foot soldiers and veterans and officers. They just kind of get back on their mounts and why? Okay, what? And he starts singing Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. By Toby Keith. And his men just kind of line up behind the horses. They'll have heavy crossbows, arbalests, every last one of them, slung over their shoulders. And he kind of gets out in front. And they wheel northwestward. And Asher and Company.
Alright, they are going to... They'll get that far, and when they get there, Asher kind of looks at them, and she wants to make a... She make a pickpocketing check to see if she can hide the alchemy jug in like the folds of her dress without them noticing what she's doing.
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll. You only need one success for that. I think it'll ask you for 2 successes, but you only need 1.
Okay.
And of course, you won't be using a sharpened coin or, pouch knife or whatever, or a arm sling.
Okay. So she stands up and she holds the alchemy jug in the folds of her dress, and off the side of the howdah, she uses the alchemy jug to unleash 2 gallons of water as if she is pissing.
Whoa, okay.
That's all.
Alright, so one of these veterans passing by, he kind of looks over as you're doing that, and he doesn't see what you have underneath your dress, but he does see like a bulge, because it's a big jug.
Yeah.
And then the water coming out, pouring out like that from a jug, it looks a hell of a lot more than just pissing. So he goes, oh my God, sir, I think that pregnant woman's water just broke.
Asher waves and says, I have it under control.
Bear down. Mr. Timmer, I think we have a medical emergency. And
Asher says, it's fine, this happens all the time.
the wizard looks back at him and he goes, do I look like a fucking cleric to you?
I'm no cleric. Take care of it, troop.
And, he kind of nods and he sort of rides over. And he says, I'm sorry, ma'am, but I've been ordered to give you assistance. I'm not trained in this situation, but is there anything I can do to help?
Asher says, well, no, it's just, it's chronic. I'm pretty used to it. been dealing with it my whole life, so don't worry about it. Just move along.
Your water just breaks now and then?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Okay. And he like, you see his face around his mouth kind of bulges up a little bit. And then you see his Adam's apple swallow something, and he kind of like licks his teeth and gets this disgusted look on his face. And he just waves. He doesn't say a word, he just waves. He starts sweating a little bit and rides back over to the group. And you can see he's like whispering to this guy over here. Like one of the other veterans.
I feel positive this is exactly what Excel wanted me to do when he gave me this magical item.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
After hearing that commotion behind me, Shandrak chuckles and just continues on south.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
We'll ride up again behind Chandrak and Company and chuckle and say to Ryer, see, you have lots of opportunities for new songs with this troop.
Any response from Ryer?
Oh yeah, Ryer says, "Oh, don't worry, I've already thought of 3 new songs already."
Tenzi just laughs, and that'll be the end of our turn.
Asher and Company.
The second I stepped away. Alright, they will follow that direction.
Let's see.
Alright, that's good.
Okay. So that was like about 2,800 and 8, 12, 15, 19, 29, 35. Okay. Just doing some XP here. Three PCs. Asher, how many of your NPCs are in XP?
I think 5. Let me double check. Yeah, 5.
And how many of yours, Tenzi?
1.
Okay. And Shenrek has a new one, so that's 7.
I'm sorry, it's 6 for me. My bad, 6.
So it's 8. Nobody was defeated, so hit dice don't matter. Okay. Now, later on that day, at 7 p.m., right when you guys find a spot to camp. There we go. Oh, actually, go ahead and put your new horse and your new character where they go,
Right.
and orient it correctly. And while you do that, we'll have our first break. A 3-minute break, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Okay. So you got your new horse and your bard down? Hopefully. No, I redid Temperate Forest like a year ago. So it should be fucking beautiful. Okay.
Edge of the Forever Forest? Are we in it?
You're in the Forever Forest right now.
Okay, so Carenclaw's happy.
Can you see any of your tokens?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
can you do me a
not all
favor?
of them.
Can you do me a favor and delete all the tokens you can see?
Sure.
There's still one more right about here.
Oh, it says Uther on mine. I can't click on that. So.
Shit. Okay. 1 second. Okay, should be able to click on it now.
There we go.
And deleted. Okay. Alright, let's try that one more time. I'm gonna, yeah, I'll just keep things the way they are. Hey, it worked. Alright. So, you're now in Temperate Forest. It is towards the end of the day. Light's getting kind of scarce in the forest. As you can see, people's infravision is starting to turn on. The daylight is broken up by the trees. It's getting a little cooler, even though it's in July. And the forest tends to be a little cooler, especially around water or hills. And it's time to find a nice little cozy camp. So you could please roll size-based or base size initiative, sorry. Time now is 7 p.m. 7 p.m. July 3rd, 11:85. Somebody added Basher instead of their PC. Did you hear that, Shadrach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, there we go. This should be Shan.
So, I'm sure some of you can see overlapping fields of infravision where it gets like a brighter red.
Yeah.
Back in the day, when that used to happen, it used to block out the entire image underneath. Like, the whole field would be red as soon as you got like maybe 3 overlapping red fields, or any color for that matter. Three fields of any color. It would block out the map underneath.
Oh, yeah. But
Now,
fix that. Looks like.
yeah, they fixed it, and to me, it looks really good. I think I'm using what color am I using? What? Okay. I can't remember if it was bright red. Looks like it's bright red for infravision. So back in the day, as soon as you got 3 of those, you couldn't see the map underneath. Now, at least, I mean, you can see the shadows. You know, you can see the tree trunks. Dynamically lit tree trunks, by the way. You can see the bushes and whatnot. So I think it looks a lot better than it used to. All right. So Shandrak, how many hours your cat's grace last?
It'll last my level per hour, so 9 hours.
Okay, so if you had casted it exactly the time that you guys left the town this morning at 7,
Mhm.
it would be gone by now. So go ahead and
Okay.
reduce your dexterity score to your natural dexterity.
Alright. 6 with my armor spell.
And don't forget to change your dexterity score too.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's the time now, 7 p.m. Shandrak and Company.
So if it's getting dark and we're thinking of bedding down, then let's see, Shandrak and his people will head over to this tree.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead and move back for a second. Sorry. I totally have you guys in the wrong area. There we go. Begin in the beginning. Alright, so now you can go ahead and act. Sorry.
So let's see. Here.
Oh, jeez, wow.
Pulling it over to this tree.
Oh, cool. Guess what? I can switch all of the tree trunks dynamic lighting to one way right now.
Oh, nice.
And switch them all to going in so you can see that they are tree trunks. But you can't pass into them.
And then I will dismount, and we will set up our tents around the base of this tree.
Alright. Tenzi and Company.
We will move our guys over by this tree over here. Start setting up camp. Get our horses set up. And that'll be the end for us. We're just going to set up our tents and stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead and click and drag some tents down wherever you want to put them.
I got to look and see how many we got. Then I'll do that. And bedroll.
Asher and Company.
Everyone's gonna dismount, which I guess will end their movement for this 1.
Except for Asher, who is a proficient elephant rider.
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah. Alright, so when Asher dismounts, she's just gonna lead Casa over to the far side of this tree and turn him around. Well, that's a neat thing. Yeah, so she leads him over there. She comes back and she starts one by one leading horses over where they go.
So your party number's at about 20 plus, right? But not 30.
Yeah, I think so. And our hill's gonna kind of nest in this tree. And Brian Druid will come this way and
Okay. So the party rolled a 2 on their surprise check. Anyone
seems bad.
anyone who is never surprised obviously is not surprised. Anyone who is only surprised on a 1 obviously is not surprised. And everyone else who can produce a +2 reaction adjustment from dexterity or combination alertness and that or a familiar, because familiars give you +1 to your surprise rolls.
Oh, in that case.
So you have to have a total of +2 to get above 3.
So
do you
I
want us-
rolled an alert.
So that alertness gives you +1, and then I'm sure you have +1 from Dex, right?
I think so. Maybe not. Nope. Nope. 13.
Oh, even Karengor doesn't.
Can I move my horses in the same round? I was going to. I
Hmm.
was going to move them, but I didn't think I had the movements to do that beforehand.
Yeah. So is Asher surprised?
Yeah, she only has a +1.
Is Shenrak surprised? Is Tenzi surprised?
Nope.
Okay. So anyone other than Tenzi who is not surprised, actually, including Tenzi, go ahead and roll initiative because let's see.
Just player characters are
All characters who are not surprised.
who are not, sorry. Guess I roll for Asher then.
Just to the northwest of you, whoever is against the tree with the tents. There is one of these nasty creatures.
Oh boy.
It appears a two-headed giant, as they're often called. It looks vicious and unpredictable. Stalks by night. You can kind of see its eyes glowing. Not glowing like a lich, but, you know, reflecting like a cat. Or an elf, or a dwarf, or a gnome. From a distance, the people who are surprised, it looks like a stone giant or a hill giant with two heads. The people who are not surprised, however, the creature's vast differences from the relatively civilized giant races become readily apparent. It has brownish skin, which lightens to pink in places. Though it appears to be covered in dark brown hide. Which is actually its dirty skin. They never bathe. So it's encrusted with this thick layer of dirt and grime. And his skin is thick. Attributing to its armor class. His hair is long, stringy, and unkempt. Its teeth are large, yellowing, and rotten. The entire and his facial features strongly resemble those of an orc. Large, watery eyes, turned up piggish snout, and large mouth. And Ettin's right head is always the dominant one. It's an Ettin. And the right arm and leg will likely appear slightly more muscular and well developed than the left. It wears only rough, untreated skins, which are dirty and washed. Obviously, it doesn't smell very bad. To their complete lack of... Oh, you know what? Anyone who missed surprised by one, go ahead and roll initiative. Because,
Okay, nice.
according to the description, they smell very bad.
Okay, good. I accidentally rolled for Asher anyway. Oh, I rolled movement though, so I'll roll else. This brings up a question I don't think we answered all the way.
What's that?
When Caranglor came back to life, did his familiar come back? Nar.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I cast a spell for my initiative?
On your initiative, if you roll for it, yes. During surprise rounds, you can move and make one attack, cast one spell, or use one magical item. So no multiple attacks during surprise rounds. It's one attack only if you make an attack. So make it good, like your strong attack or whatever. Okay. And it looks angry. It has looks like it's carrying two clubs, one in each hand. Presumably controlled by each head. One of its heads is smaller and, you know, weaker looking than the other. One side of its body is more muscular than the other. Obviously, the more developed head has the more developed side of the body.
One side's been working out.
Yeah. Kind of like the giant from Jack the Giant Killer, the one that came out in like 2016 or what, 15 or 16.
Totally
And
forgot to see that one.
the little head is always like beans. Okay. So it looks like we've got Tenzi, Asher, Musashi, Ashril, Karen, Gloranatar, Shandrak, and the Etin. Time and spells. Time now is 7:01 p.m. First up is Asher with 1 attack. Or spell, or whatever.
Where is this thing? Oh, I see.
It is up here.
Yeah, okay, that's.
It's now making noise and you can detect it. It's like its heads are talking to each other. What languages do you guys speak?
Asher speaks Elvish and Common. And. Let's see. Aaron speaks Planar, Common, and Common.
Anyone else?
Um,
None of those languages.
Astral understands all.
Oh!
I'm sorry, say again.
Asheville understands all.
Okay. So, Ashril.
I have the Atazu.
Okay. Ashril can hear the two heads talking back and forth like, I've got my sights on that elephant. And the little head's like, the elves. And the big one's like, hey, that breaks the rules. You can't take more than one at a time. There's at least 3 that I can see. And little head's like, you can't count. 1, 2, 1. No, I can't count.
So Asher sees that she can just barely get there. She's going to will herself invisible with the ring. We'll get just in front of him.
Hi,
The backstab if she can.
that's against the rules. I take one, then you take one, then I take one, then you take one. I can't count anyway.
Backstab is allowed.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're invisible.
Not anymore because she made an attack. So unless he died.
Okay,
No, even if he died.
33 damage and he survives. And you hear the little head go,
Ow! Oh! My spleen!
says the big head.
Damn you, elf wench! You're gonna taste my club. It might do.
Don't forget
Tenzi.
about me.
Tenzi's gonna wait because he can't get there. So
Enter.
God for his good movement. Get here. And turn toward him. Back with the longsword.
Technically, he is shieldless, and that hits his AC, causing 20 damage. All right, go ahead and describe how you take him out.
He brings a sword like right between the heads, and he cleaves the thing like down the rib cage, almost to his navel, so that now there's a head hanging on either side of his thigh.
Okay. Go ahead and update the watches on daily routine if you have not already done so.
Anybody in it right now? Gonna get in it. Just changing Ngoki to Cotterbill. Out. Oh, I'm back in. Hold on. Still have Ngoki somewhere.
Okay.
And now I'm done.
Sandrak, you notice that the giant has a belt pouch next to some weird pouch looking object hanging from his body.
Well, that spell will sizzle, and I'll go over and take a look at whatever that was. And look at their handiwork.
All right, so from what you can tell, he's not really wearing a loincloth, but he is wearing a belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his filthy skin's hanging down, and it looks like, from all like fat and flubber, it kind of looks like the bottom of a tunic. And it's like causing this grimace effect over his waist, so that he's actually wearing a belt up underneath his gut or whatever, but his gut's hanging down and covering most of his junk. And then he's got a belt pouch right next to what looks like his ball bag. And it has some jink in it.
Oh.
Like, it's shaking coins.
Mm-hmm. I'll reach in and pull that out, and then I'll just open it up and shake it and towards Asher and see like, oh, where'd we get this time?
So
And then I'll
as you lift up his belly, you get this gross, like, waft of almost like vinegar, but that has like a dead rat in it. It's gross. It's like this dead pickled rat smell. And you're able to pull the bag open. This like greasy drawstring is like tied underneath it, and it actually, the knot left a mark on his gut. You can see it as you lift his gut up. The knot like totally left a mark on his belly, and like you're able to untie it and pull the drawstring open, and inside you can see copper and silver. And you're able to count it out in one round, and it's 40 copper and 20 silver.
Okay. I turn to Asher and be like, on second thought, I don't know if you even, do you want this? I don't know if I even want this.
She raises a hand, says keep it. I don't get out of bed anymore for less than 20 gold.
Did you, is this the same day you used the alchemy jug?
It is, yes.
Okay.
But
Maybe
she can
tomorrow
do
we can-
7 pourings of something as long as it's the same thing.
Oh, could you pour
She
some
can make more
water on
fresh
these
water.
coins?
She pulls her shuck out and she pours 2 gallons of water on the coins.
I try to scrub them.
Well, I guess she can't do that until her turn, but she's going to do that on her turn. She says, yeah, I'm going to do this. I feel like it.
Okay,
And,
so
that'll be all.
how many warriors and bards do we have? I know we have 1 bard. Tenzi's samurai, so that's 2. Then Asher, you've got the Asherus, the...
4.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. I see why they did that. So they gave this monster 3 different treasure types. One of them, which is the one you got, is the one that you get when you encounter them outside of their lair.
Okay.
So it's just like whatever's in their pouch.
Yeah.
And then in their lair, they get a lair treasure, which every monster has a lair treasure. It's whatever's laying around in the lair from them killing things. And then they also have an individual treasure, but it's only in their lair. But it's because it's like their savings. It's like the money that they have that they don't carry on them all the time, which would probably be in their, chambers or whatever.
Now I'm going to start calling my savings account my lair treasure.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so did everyone get a chance to edit their place on the daily routine?
Jandar, did you see Ryer on there? That's the only one I saw that didn't add up.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about that. Where do you think Ryer should go?
Let's see. I think Aaron can nap 11 people at a time. probably had 2 naps. Varen's gonna nap 11, and then Enzi or Ashriel, one of them naps the 2. Let's see.
Yeah, Tenzi can nap 10.
Okay, so we'll put a 3rd person in that nap. I don't know if we want to be Ryer or not. Right now, when everybody else is napping, just Varen and Asher are awake. My thought was high DPS and a tank, but I'll put a 3rd person on that one now.
Yeah, that sounds good. On the first shift?
Yeah. Okay, it looks like it could be an either nap.
Okay. So. Okay. I guess we'll just be Intensius one with Shandrak.
Cool.
Anything special you want to do with the body?
Everybody, let's step back a little ways from this corpse, and Shandrak does so as well.
Is he just stinking up our campsite?
Pretty much, but I mean, it's probably a well-known smell, so it might actually, drive away creatures who know what that smell belongs to. It is pretty nasty, though. It's like ass barfed a foot into vinegar.
I'm gonna have Brine Druid drop him downwind.
Then go ahead and arrange yourself for uh, 2 a.m. So that's
so before we'd have gone to bed again, I wanted to talk to Ashrael really quick. And so Ashrael, you remember when we were in the Red Velvet Inn and you were able to make you and me both invisible at the same time?
Yeah.
Are you able to do that all the time, or only a few times?
He's thinking about.
Because I was thinking maybe we could make our horses invisible while we're sleeping, at least.
Yeah, I'd have to sleep by him, is the only thing. But yeah, I can do it whenever I want, but I'd have to sleep by him. And they'd have to be.
Well, that's just an idea I had. I don't know if you want to do that, but.
all right. So go ahead and arrange yourselves for 2 a.m., which would be Brian Druid, Musashi, Shandrak, Cotterbill, Asher, and Anatar on guard shift. And then whoever else is awake is either memorizing spells if they need to, or on guard shift as well, or just relaxing if you want. Which I'm guessing is
Yeah, I think
Baron.
it's the first guard shift, right? So I think Ryer and Chandrak are out. So Ryer
I don't
will.
know. I don't know what you mean. It's the second guard shift right now.
Oh, it's the okay. Okay, never mind.
So Brian Jurid,
Okay.
Musashi, Chandrak, Cotterbill, Asher,
I
and
misheard.
Anatar. Okay. It's 2 a.m. Second guard shift. So all those people are on guard. The other people who participated in the nap are either on guard 2 or memorizing spells if they would go this long memorizing, which I doubt they would. Or just relaxing and having a good time by the fire, doing whatever. Playing games or something. Who knows?
Can we say that they made a campfire with relative ease?
Yeah, the wind has died down. Now that you're in the forest, it is a light breeze with precipitation, so there's a little bit of rain coming down right now.
And then Chandrak's gonna wait till morning to cast Cat's Grace, but he does cast armor and stone skin on himself.
Okay, I'm happy.
Okay.
Josh, why'd you go and get that damn Toby Keith song stuck in my head?
Oh, Whiskey for My Men.
Yeah.
Uh, oh, here it is. You guys hear that rain effect with a little bit of lightning? Okay.
Oh yeah, it's quiet.
So, after slaying that Etten, you guys set up camp and it's cools down, starts raining, a little bit of lightning. Adds to the ambience. You said Chandrak casts what?
Oh, just during these times, he is just armor and stone skin.
Oh, that's on the
Is-
daily
is-
routine, right?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, because this is like I'm on guard shift now. I was just saying I'm not doing Cat's Grace right now. Just I'm waiting till the morning to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Time now 2 a.m. Asher and Company.
If there's nothing alerting us to anything going on, then people on guard shift are just continuing to kind of look out and observe, and the people who are studying spells and sitting around the fire are just doing that. And
Tenzi and Company.
Musashi's on watch, carefully scanning the area, trying to listen for any odd noises. Tenzi is sitting on his winter blanket, cross-legged, trying to meditate, but his senses are alert. Although he is trying to filter out the smell of the Ettins. And Asheville's just resting by Musat.
Okay. Fortunately, the rain filters out the smell of the Etten.
Yay.
And its body is nice and wet now and is being cleaned off by the rain. And now the smell of the forest is very earthy. You smell the sort of like dungy smell of mud. Let's see, the smell of wet bark when it's warm, like in your front yard when you put out beauty bark, and you hear the sound of the water droplets hitting the leaves of the trees far above. The leaves of the trees in the second canopy, and the leaves of the vines growing along the ground as well. There's a lot of vines here. Chandrak and Company.
So Chandrak kind of joins Asher by the fire, and warming his hands, and then he looks at her, and he says, "So we're going down to meet this Adamar, and it sounds like he's in a pretty sorry state, but I'd like to know from you what he was like beforehand."
Asher's quiet for like a full 10 seconds. Then she says, I spent much of my life in the library. My parents were scribes, and that was where I met him. Adamar of books, and we, would bond over hours of poring over maps and stories about, the wide world and talk about places we might go or things we might do. And I thought that I think I meant it. And I think maybe he did at the time. But in the end, when it seemed like he asked me to marry him, and I said yes, because I don't know, why not? I just do things, you know? Sometimes I just do things, and I said yes, and I probably shouldn't have. And at first I was happy because he was kind and sweet, and he was my friend. But the closer it got, the more sure I became that I wanted to leave, and he didn't. And elves live a long time, but we don't live forever. I couldn't die there in Lucilia City and not know what was beyond it. So I ran. But it was never because he wasn't a wonderful man. He wasn't what I needed.
Vandrak nods, and he says, I think I understand. Thank you for sharing that with me, Asher. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that Adamar's right.
She nods and just looks at the ground.
And that'll be all.
Okay. Just then, in the distance, you hear
Ho! Ho ho!
and then another.
Does it seem like the second was an answering call from a different direction, or were they like next to each other or close together, as far as we can tell?
Yeah. How? If there was
You
two
can't-
noises, did that sound far apart or?
You can't
close?
tell.
Chandrak's hair stands up hearing that.
Okay. Wow. So anyone who can't be surprised or is surprised only. Actually, anyone who cannot be surprised can roll initiative. Anyone who is surprised only on a 1 and has no adjustments is surprised. And anyone who doesn't have +3 reaction adjustment from dexterity or familiar or magic or alertness is surprised. Everyone else can roll initiative. And distance.
I'm gonna have to refresh if something's messed up with my tabletop here. So I'll refresh. I'll be back right in a second here.
Okay.
Prized either is Tenzi or Ushat, but I'm not going to do anything for Ushat.
Alright, so you can see these glowing eyes in the night, the south. Hungry wolves. Are you back, Michael?
And I'm back. I'm just finding where we are on the map.
As I just explained to everyone else, you see this group of hungry wolves to the south. For anyone who is not surprised, that is, which is probably, and who is not asleep. I'm sure there are some people who are asleep.
There's something wrong with my initiative for Ashriel.
Ashriel is underneath a tent.
Oh, he's over here. Oh, but he might be on a sleeping bag. That might be it. Or a winter blanket, I mean.
Yeah, he's got something over him.
Yep, that's much better. Probably helps us choose the right token.
So, as you guys know of most animals, they don't really attack out of anything but necessity. And, you know, they'll show up and kind of be annoying most of the time, but usually won't attack unless they can kind of corner somebody, basically while being guaranteed that no one else is going to harm them. And most things scare them off. Loud noises, bright lights, smells and things that they're familiar with, that they know belong to big bads.
I've got my initiatives done.
Okay. Tenzi has a spell that makes it so he is never surprised.
I'm only surprised on the
Let's
one.
go.
I'm only surprised on the one that I got a dex adjustment.
Yeah.
They do have a spell, but I didn't cast it yet. Unless it's past 3 a.m. I did, but I wasn't sure what time it was.
No, it's 2.
Okay. Yeah, so he's only
Yeah.
surprised on the one, and he's got a dexterity adjustment.
Okay.
Wait, did you say I had to have a 3 with a 2?
Who,
I mean,
Tenzi?
yeah. Do I have
No,
to have a 3?
anything adjusted above 1 is going to make it so he's not surprised.
Okay.
So If he was getting snuck up on by bugbears that give like a -3, then he would have -1 right now. So he would definitely be surprised. So time now 2:01 a.m. and the first wolf. So it looks like they're kind of like circling around. They move at an alarming rate, though. Looks like they're kind of circling around the edge of the trees here.
Hopefully you find them ettins and that'll satisfy him.
They move pretty quick. Just sort of skirting the outside of the camp. So, like I said, the smell of the Etten is being masked by the rain. So you're gonna have, if you want the smell of the Etten to waft anywhere, you're gonna have to do something to make the Etten dry. Okay. Looks like they're probing your perimeter. A little bit. 13. Okay, Tenzi.
I'm just going to observe, and if they try to come into the camp, I'll act. But
Alright, the next wolf. Just kind of probing. And the next one. Probing as well. Probing, probing, probing. And the last wolf. Circling. counterclockwise. No, clockwise. Sorry. And Ashriel. Looks like they've split off into two groups, or sounds like it. You can see their eyes kind of reflecting the light in the dark.
He'll stand up and just watch them.
Okay. That is the end of the surprise round. They couldn't find anyone to attack and drag off, without being too close to other people. And go ahead and roll initiative for everybody who's awake. I don't think anyone went around and said they were waking anyone up. I think it was the luck of the draw that kind of, because they appeared from the south during the surprise round. I think if they had appeared from, looks like your camp is pretty secure except for where Ryer is. He's kind of the only one that's off alone, doing his own thing. If they had approached from, the north or the west or the northwest, they might have gone after him. But now the surprise round is over, and their advantage is gone. That train has sailed, or that boat has sailed. That train has sailed. So I'm sure everyone has noticed the big circle inside of everyone's infravision.
Yeah.
That big circle is actual physical light from something. And that blocks...
Jim's necklace.
Yeah, that blocks infravision. So that's why everyone's seeing physical light in there. Okay. Is anyone still rolling initiative? Alright, here we go. Time now is 2:02. First up is Tinsy.
Still watching those. Well, I probably actually can't see them, but I'm just kind of following where I see the eyes, and see if they move towards us, then I will act. But until then, I'll wait.
Yeah, you can hear them and see the eyes reflecting inwards towards the fire, because they're able to see, through the by the firelight, and then they have like low light vision, which is going to cause some eye mirroring. And yeah, your assumption is pretty much correct. It looks like they kind of lose interest after about 1 minute of probing. And then just pass on through the north. Does anyone try to stop them or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. So fortunately for Ryer, I rolled that they approached from the south.
Yeah.
All right, there are 8 wolves.
Ah, Dungeons and Dragons. A thrilling game of meeting wolves and nothing happening.
Yeah,
Just like
there is a lot of that.
staring each other down.
Wolves are very common in temperate climate in just about every terrain, except for swamp and waterborne. Fortunately, they're good source of food. I mean, you can eat them, and then you can also turn their pelts into armor. If you have leather working and hunting. They're only worth 65 experience points, unfortunately, and their pelts are worthless.
Too common.
Yeah, way too common.
Everybody's got a wolf pelt.
Most people during this, the medieval period are disgusted by wolves. Like, they're like the worst scourge.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there's a pittance of XP for the wolves. But like I said, it is an opportunity for starving characters to get food and skilled characters to get armor. Alright. And they just pass on through. Alright. And the sun comes up. The rain continues on. The forest being warm and green and wet. It's a little humid, so it gets a little sweaty in the morning when the sun comes up. There is a light breeze, and as the sun gets warmer, you can feel it kind of steaming up the forest a little bit. Okay. Random encounters, temperate wilderness, forest. July 4th, 1185, summer. And you are in Central Panoplia.
Oh, and if it's not still windy, don't forget that we're going a little bit faster than we did yesterday.
Yeah, you're going at 24. So 24. How many miles till the party leaves current terrain? Let's see. About 37, 38 miles. Forest. Medium. Into plains. You make
Can you
it
get a
6.
chance? Will you please?
Please
Can you
what?
get a chance? Will you please toggle that sight on and off again? I can't. Map
Oh,
lock
you don't
again.
see? Okay.
Mm.
Off. Save settings. On. Save settings.
Thank you.
Oh, and we do want on this map. We do want Explorer mode on. Wait, let's try the old school version. Standard Fog of War. And having Fog of War will disable up. Oh, it disables updated dynamic lighting. Okay. It's a good thing I read that little tooltip right there. So Explorer mode on. Let's see if it fucks everything up though. Nice. It looks like it's working as intended. Okay. You guys were able to travel 16 miles through this forest in one day. Oh, you know what? Less than that because it's strong winds. Wait. Strong winds. I don't think strong winds knock large creatures out of the sky. Wind effects. Strong winds in excess of 19 miles per hour drive small flying creatures, those eagle size and under, from the sky. Severely affects missile accuracy and makes sailing difficult. Okay, so regular speed today. All right, and it's forest, but no encounters. Forest is usually at least one encounter a day. All right. Random encounters, temperate wilderness, forest, July 5th, 1185, summer. All right. So you guys travel the 16 miles, no encounters. You camp all night, no encounters. Wake up the next day, And let's see, where were we? We were in regular temperate forest. So I'm just gonna copy this campground and put it on a different map. Alright, so you guys are camping. It's first thing in the morning, 7 a.m. Not first thing in the morning, I'm sorry. You guys normally wake up at... Well, there is 10 hours of travel. So I guess from 7 to 8 you would be packing up. And then from 5 to 6 you would be unpacking. Yeah, it's during the 7 o'clock hour when you guys are packing up, like you're waking up and packing up your camp. And why do I have no music for this? Okay, it's because it was already playing. All right, so you found...
I think I got duplicates again. There's just me, but I don't see anybody else in the party in the campground.
Oh. Like you only see your own token?
Yeah, I see the tents, but none of the other NPCs or PCs.
I see Shandrak.
Oh, here we go. I'm good.
Does everyone see everyone else's tokens?
Yeah.
Although I don't see the horses, I only see U-Haul.
None of these horses down here?
Nope, or the elephant. But the other NPCs looks like I see them.
How about now?
Yep. Look, yeah.
So you see this big line
oh,
of
wait.
horses down here?
Wait. Okay, now it's the opposite. Now I see the horses, but I don't see my token or the other people's tokens.
Okay.
Some weird
Let
shit.
me try this. How about now?
Yes. But I see everybody, but I also see Uther.
Where?
He
Yeah,
is above Chaucer.
see you with her too.
Okay.
I think it's in our last camp as well.
Yeah, I just copied the last camp and moved you all here.
Okay, that looks good.
But it was just our silent partner.
Hmm. Okay. So go ahead and arrange your characters as though you had just begun packing. There is a light breeze today, no precipitation, and it is 7 in the morning. Okay, and then go ahead and roll base size initiative for your PCs. Time now is 7 a.m. July 5, 11. 701, Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi asks Musashi once he's done with daybreak if he could go and put the campfire out, while Tenzi arranges the packs on sunrise. So Musashi will move over and kick some dirt on the campfire, put it out before we go. And that'll be it for us.
Okay, Asher and Company.
Yeah, they're loading up the horses and everything in order. Just packing up, nothing special.
Alright. Shandrak.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Once I finish packing up, 'cause I almost forgot to do this. Chandrak will turn to Ryer, and he'll say, "Here's your first cut of the loot," and I'll give him half of what I found from the giant, so 10 silver and 20 copper coins.
Alright. And he thanks you kindly.
I guess we'll just mount up our horses.
Okay. You haven't quite finished packing yet.
Okay.
And let's see. Okay, no surprise. And distance. Forest. There's no surprise. You guys notice a group of people north of you heading the same direction. Most of them appear kind of poorly equipped. There's a couple guys with bows, a couple guys with clubs, and there's this guy right here with what appears to be what is that? A spear? And
Does
then
Carangor recognize any of them?
as a wild elf?
He's originally from the Forever Forest.
Yeah. No. And a couple of guys with what appears to be Kopesh blades. In the back there is a woman dressed like a druid. She's wearing furs, and also a hulking man in the back with I think he's wielding dual axes, battle axes. Let me check real quick. Yeah, dual battle axes, and then he has a small shield strapped across his back. The dual battle axes. Mm, from here, it seems there is something profound about these axes, though from this distance, it's rather impossible to tell. He's also got a knife on his belt, and he is wearing hide armor, just like the druid woman. He seems to be rather young, about 18. And on closer inspection, the woman is actually a half-elf. She's wearing hide armor, has a medium shield made of wood on her left arm, and she wields, I believe, a scimitar. Let me check. Kind of the standard weapon for a druid is the scimitar. No, she's using. She has a sickle. Interesting. Her ceremonial silver sickle is what she's wielding. There doesn't seem to be a scabbard for it. I don't know if sickles can even have scabbards in real life. I suppose they could if a hatchet can have a scabbard in real life, then so can a sickle.
Yeah, it'd probably be more of a button deal.
Okay. And first up is Tenzi.
I'll step over towards them.
The archers are kind of fanning out.
And just hold up my hands, no weapons in my hands. Ask where they're headed.
Let's see. Okay. So the druidess pipes up. And she says in the common tongue,
Well met. I'm Shirka. I'm guiding these tribesmen on their travels through Forever Forest.
Asher says, Shirka!
Oh?
So Tenzi turns to Asher and says, "Do you know of anyone named Shirka?"
And she says, yeah, she helped us out when we were traveling with, she was in the service of Leifon Show and sometimes in the service of Leifon Show. Yeah, she was great.
So Tenzi will turn around and call out to Shirka. One of my companions has met you before.
Who might that be?
And he turns and he'll end his turn. He kind of puts his hand to his left hand over to pointing towards Asher, and then he'll end his turn there. And let Asher introduce herself.
Asher and Company.
Asher turns around and it's toward the group. As the elephant. And she says, it's so good to see you here. I saw Lei Fun show in Lao Shun just less than a week ago.
And she goes,
Oh? Leifon Show?
Yeah, he raised the avatar of Ushas. Everyone was very happy. It was a whole thing. He got another bag of nuts.
Ah, yes. My former lover's nuts.
Asher smiles more broadly.
This is my new companion, Gravo. Have you met Gravo
Asher
before?
waves. Oh. Wait, was that that's a former player
I'm
character too, right?
Bravo.
I think I met him. Barbarian?
So he's a hulking man wielding two battle axes. Yes, he is a barbarian.
Okay. Asher says, "Oh, I remember you. Yes."
Here
You like
stands a man of great physical strength, taller than many, tougher than many. White hair falls from beyond his shoulders, reaching his back, but all of it fastened into a long ponytail with the exception of a tuft each side of his head. Rock. What? On each side of it, so, showing even when he puts on the hood of his cloak, sorry. A young, thin white beard reaches his chest with ornaments made of bone or a roughly carved rock. A long circular bone can be seen on his right ear as an earring. A skull of a Kuotoa lays tied on his belt. The rest of his body is covered with strips of wolf hide or leather, and some parts, like the armbands he wears, have several bones or sharpened fangs. His body seems to have done a lot of physical work, with callous hands and blood of the hunt on his arms, and his entire body slightly covered in ash. A smell similar to a campfire can be sensed around him. So he actually has, there's a birthmark on his head that makes the hair on top of his head white, and he keeps it tied back in a ponytail. And then the rest of his hair on the sides of his head is, like, black. And he keeps it cut really short, like the Vikings haircut on all these Viking shows that are coming out, where they keep the hair on the top of their head long, and they shave the sides, and they braid it. So
I had a friend
what
with that
he's
birthmark thing. It's very cool.
just on the top of his head.
Her head, yeah. I think she was self-conscious about it, but it was very cool looking.
Yeah. And then he also has a birthmark, on his face, which makes his part of his beard white. It says, a young, thin, white beard reaches his chest with ornaments made of bone or roughly carved rock. So it's pretty much his entire beard and the top of his head have birthmark underneath it. And it kind of goes across his eye as well, as you can see from his picture. I'll show you. See if that's... Yeah, he's in your journal. So you should be able to see his bio. And then Shirka is tall for a female half-elf. She has long blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Symbolic tattoos cover her body, and her clothing is light and sparse, though it's made of hides. She's technically wearing hide armor, but this isn't my character design. It was an old player. He wanted her to wear basically a bikini made out of furs. So it's like...
When your voice changer's still on.
Okay.
It's basically a brassiere and a jerkin made of hides that counts as hide armor. Fantasy female armor is always a bikini made of metal. So that was the player's idea, and she has like long blonde hair and striking blue eyes, and she actually has tattooed her body, being from the forest. She's been around wild elves, though not the wild elf we know and love. And they've tattooed her in several places. And now that you seem to know, Shirka and Gravo, these tribesmen seem to like lower their guard a little bit. And they look like Panoplian people, but they are wearing furs and skins and stuff, and they have very primitive weapons, mostly made of wood. Some of them are made of metal. The ones that are made of metal are small and sparse, except for like their Kopesh swords. I think they're like 4 pounds. Kopeshes are. Let me check. And these tribesmen paint their bodies. A lot of them have like blue paint on their faces. And yeah, I don't even have Kopesh on here. I'll have to add that later. Anyways, anything else for Asher and Company?
That's it.
Okay, and then Shandrak.
Chandrak will approach the group.
Gravo and Shirka come up front.
And I'll say, oh, always a relief to see a friendly face. We were just picking up and making our way off of camp. You can sit and relax by our campfire if you'd like.
And I think Gravo was played by. That's right. He was played by Vega. Okay. Yeah, this guy's name is Vega. Gravo responds and says,
Thank you. I will appreciate it very much once I get a little closer to it.
Chandrak just kind of opens his arm up and like towards the fire with a big smile.
and he gets
And
a big.
says, Phil.
Yeah, he gets a big smile on his face and passes by you. He He is not massively muscular, though his physique is above average. His token is a little misleading. But I mean, he has muscles, but he doesn't have like exceptional strength or anything like that. And he comes up to the fire and sits down in front of it. And he says, I thank you, Shandrak, for allowing us to sit at your fire. And Shirka kind of nods and comes over and sits down next to him at the fire. Right next to you, Tenzi.
Tenzi motions for Masashi not to be putting the fire out.
Yeah. He stopped as soon as there was talk of fire, and he kind of stokes it up a little bit.
Okay.
Gravo pulls out from his butt pack what appears to be a half rack of like baby back ribs, and he places it directly over the fire. No spit or anything, just puts it right on top of the wood and lets it roast. And every once in a while he like literally reaches into the fire and grabs the meat and flips it over with his hand. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Nope, I think that's all.
Okay, the tribesmen kind of loosen up their guard a little bit now that Gravo and Shirka have, come into your camp. And they kind of talk funny. It's like the common tongue, but there's a lot of weird noises in it, like, unga bunga and weird shit like that. probably for slang or something. And these guys are pretty close to cavemen or something. They kind of surround you, Tinsy. They come over to the fire, and some of them set things on the fire. Like one guy actually has a dead rabbit hanging from his belt, the spearman. And he, guts. It looks like he's already gutted the rabbit, but he shoves the end of his spear, like just the spear tip, up inside the rabbit and holds it out over the fire to cook on his spear. And another guy does the same thing with like a squirrel and an arrow. And end of round. Oh, I guess Shirka does have a scimitar. My bad. I didn't see it on her weapon table because it was on the first slot. Okay. So Gravo reaches into the fire, rolls over the rack of baby back ribs, and he pulls out a small box from his butt pack and opens it up, and it seems to have some sort of seasoning. There's like these white crystals inside with little chunks of like leaves and herbs mixed in, and he's spreading it out over the hot side of the meat, when he flipped it over, and it seems to be sort of dissolving into the juices of the meat, and he kind of throws some on and rubs it down with his hand a little bit, and it kind of is rubbing into the meat while hot. Okay, Tenzi and company.
Tenzi will move away from the group a little bit so they all can get around the fire, and motion Sashi to do the same. Then he'll ask Shirka if he'll tell them that we're traveling south, and if they're traveling south also, traveling together might be advantageous.
Yeah, she goes on to say,
Yeah. Well, I'm just going wherever they go, so if they change direction, I go with them.
I see. Okay, well, if our paths stay together, they stay together. If they diverge, they diverge. It was very nice meeting you. Then Tenzi will go back to his animals and make sure everything's packed properly.
Bolero Cephas has put me in the charge of keeping these men alive on their journey through the woods. He is the great druid of Panoplia. and my mentor.
We traveled with a great druid for a while, the great druid of Aperciba.
Oh, what was his name?
An.
Oh, An. No, he is the Grand Druid.
Oh.
Yes, he is the mentor of my mentor, Blarosifus.
Oh, wow.
And I hear tell that he is soon to become the next Hierophant. Do you know what Hierophant is?
Is that the leader of all of the druids? Or one of the leaders of all the druids?
No, it is when a druid goes beyond being a druid and becomes immortal. They are immortal planewalkers. They're ultimate guardians of the balance throughout the planes. Not just this world, but of all worlds. You know this is not the only world, don't you?
Edric pipes up, of course.
There are myriad
Asher
worlds.
says, we met someone who claimed to be from another world.
There are other worlds very similar to this one, and some worlds are very different. Both magically and technologically. This world is called Solynod Hex. It is the sixth heavenly body from the center of the sphere. Do you know of the spheres?
I do
I've
not.
heard a little.
Ah,
Colin used to go on about it, but I never. I mean, it's hard to visualize, you know?
yes, well, imagine a snow globe.
Right?
A snow globe so vast that on the inside of it are the stars. Now, inside of this snow globe, probably somewhere towards the center, is a sun, or a very important planet around which the sun revolves. Sometimes there will be a planet in the center and the sun will revolve around it. Sometimes there will be a sun in the center and planets will revolve around it. It all depends on which sphere you're in. Have you ever heard of Orth?
No. What's that?
Well, I guess an easier pronunciation would be Earth. Earth is an interesting place. It's the home of the city of Greyhawk. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh.
I think I've heard of some adventurers like coming through Sigil from Greyhawk.
Yes, most wizards should know little something of Greyhawk. There are many spells named after wizards from Earth, namely Bigby, Melf, I think Tensor, and what else is there? A few others. Autoluke, Tasha. So these spells are named after some of these wizards from Earth, and it's this whole other place. It's not a part of Solynod Hex. It's in.
How do you get there?
There are different ways, many different ways actually. You can travel there by astral projection. You can get there through plane shifting and physically walk there. You can spell jam your way there, the details of which I won't get into. And among others. Many, many ways between the worlds, the spheres.
Sometimes a Burke just steps through the wrong gate when they don't know when their head's not straight, and they end up with somewhere they don't know.
Oh, is that what happened to you?
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Yeah, I was actually making my way through. I had just finished a class at the academy, and I was making my way home, and then I had entered through this alleyway, which I always go through all the time. This time when I went through it, it led through a different location. So I don't know why, but it must have turned into a portal or a gate. And when I got to this other place, it was this grand, beautiful palace with huge walls and all of a sudden you see Chandrak, like his temple starts to pulse, and he starts to repeat himself over and over again. And Tansy and Asher, you see what Chandrak hasn't done since the very first time you met you. His brain is shutting down, trying to remember this. And then after a few minutes, Chandrak kind of stops, and he returns to normal. And it's oh, well, something happened after that. And then I ended up in a forest outside of where Ashrael lived.
Come again?
Oh, I said, well, something happened after I entered through whatever that was and whatever that place is. And then I must have gated in or walked through a portal and landed here in Solynod Hex outside of a forest near where Ashrael lived.
Near where Ashrael lived?
Yeah, the luckiest thing for me, because I don't know if anyone else would have been able to take care of me. I still wasn't in the right state of mind at the time.
Okay. There we go. So this is the first time you guys have heard of the Hierophant. Asher, Tinsy, Chandrak. The Hierophant is a guardian of the human race and a servant of the balance. he or she was appointed by Gaia and evolved higher than the rest of the human race. He or she, or it, is essentially more human than human. And it is a prophet of this world.
Hmm.
And On Sunzer seeks to become the next Hierophant. Valero Cephas, of course, has his eyes set on being the next Grand Druid. And maybe Shirka wants to be the Great Druid of Panoplia or something, who knows. Alright. Anything else for Tinsy and Company?
Nope.
There you are. Okay, Asher and Company.
After seeing
voice
that
is
scene
gone.
with, yeah, after seeing that scene with Shandrak, Asher rushes the front of him, grabs him by the shoulders, and starts like look him in the eye, see if pupils are dilated or anything. He says, she calls for Jim, and Jim rushes over, kind of looks him over as well with his healing proficiency just to make sure he's okay. Asher usually appears to be more or less goofing off along for the ride, but every once in a while she gets like deadly serious, and this is one of those times, and she's looking him over very closely.
You can see in his eyes a lot of pain. And it's not a normal kind of pain. It's like a spiritual kind of pain. And deep, deep, deep within his irises, you can see momentarily, sort of out of, almost out of empathy. You can see deep within his eyes the silhouette of a woman's head surrounded by blades. And for a moment you feel just a tinge of his spiritual pain as well.
Asher says, there are a lot of your parts of your story that are missing. Do you remember everything about how you got here?
No, that's the thing. Every time I try to think that memory over again, all I can remember is I left the academy, I went down an alley, he starts to shake, and then something happened, and then really the next thing I remember is, I don't even remember this, but I was in the forest outside of Tenzi's house, and I was still in that state where my mind was lost, and I was just wandering around the forest, and eventually my first memory is just waking up in the bed of Marietta.
Jim is going to use Detect Lie.
Shandrak, just as you are telling this tale, there's like a shock that goes through your mind, and you can see the silhouette of a woman's head surrounded by blades. And it goes away almost as quickly as it came.
Yeah, like, but there's just that blank spot, and I don't remember anything. I only remember waking up after the bed. I don't remember, it's just this time. And that's why I wanted to come join you guys, because I feel like whatever that is, there's something in me that feels like it's very important,
And again,
but also terrible.
you get the mental image of a silhouette of a woman's head surrounded by blades.
But also terrible.
Josh, your voice changer is still on. Also, as Shandak describes this, Jim was going to cast, or not, he's going to use Detect Lie. You know, maybe Shandak doesn't know he's lying, but just to find out.
All right, go ahead and cast the template. I'm pretty sure it gets a saving throw.
Probably.
And
I mean, I could just choose to fail.
yeah, Shandrak has the option to choose to fail it.
What is level on that? Let's see.
My guess is level 3. Either 2 or 3.
Not 3. He can do it once per round.
It's 4th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right.
His-
He has that
His thing
as
is the
a...
Priest of Pyrrha.
Yeah. Does it say once a round or is it once a day?
It was once a day, but he leveled up and now it's once a round.
Oh.
Oh, what level is he?
Power at level 5, detect live, 12 clairvoyance. No, it should be once a day. It doesn't say you level up and just get it at ad nauseum.
Let me find out. Let's see. Could have sworn. The special abilities and attacks detect lie once per round. I definitely did not write that.
Where does it say that?
On his character sheet under special abilities and attacks.
Okay, because I'm looking at the actual description of the priesthood on Hira.
Okay.
If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, under duties of the priesthood, the second under requirements, the second half of that paragraph, it says PW5. That means powers granted at level 5. Detect lie, and then 12. You get clairvoyance centered on any acquaintance of the priest. When it
I don't care if it's once a day, but yeah.
Yeah, it's only once a day.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, unless I found that in a book somewhere, but I don't think
I feel
any
like
of
it
the
was
granted
you
powers.
that said it, not me, but I'm not married to it. Like, if we can make it once
Yeah.
a day.
Yeah. Okay. Saving throw negates and you can fail. Shanrak, a priest who casts the spell is immediately able to determine if the subject creature deliberately and knowingly speaks a lie. Does not reveal the truth, uncover unintentional inaccuracies, or
Okay, just
necessarily
uncover
reveal
intentional.
evasions. So, for all intents and purposes, he's telling the truth. Like, you don't detect any lie.
Okay.
So, and that lasts for 9 rounds, so he can keep talking, and you can, anytime he lies, you can, it goes ding-a-ling-a-ling, you know. Anything else from Chandrak?
Nope, I think that's good.
And Shirka kind of like grabs the rack of baby back ribs off the fire, and she kind of prepped a bunch of like sticks beforehand that she had sharpened. She starts cutting off rib after rib and putting them on the end of sticks to hand out to people. And it's like a full, half rack of ribs. So what is that? 6, 7. Yeah, 7 ribs, right? I can't remember how many ribs mammals have. I know it's not 12. 7, like 7 or 8 ribs. How many ribs do mammals have?
I'm counting them on my cat.
1, 2.
How many ribs do pigs have? Wow, you can breed pigs that have extra ribs. 13 ribs. Most pigs typically have 13 ribs. And they can be bred to have 16 or 17.
That's crazy. We live in a crazy, crazy world.
We're in the future now.
Do pigs have an extra rib? That pigs vary in the number of ribs, and that extra ribs usually are associated with extra body vertebrae and longer-bodied pigs. Wow. No wonder people eat them. They have extra extra ribs for extra baby back ribs. All right. Yeah, so she pulls out 13 sticks and puts a little baby back rib on each of them. And they're hard to cut. She kind of gets it kind of close to the bone on a few of them accidentally. All right. End of round, Grabo stands up and grabs one of those skewered ribs and starts munching. Tenzi and Company.
Ashriel's going to go up to Chandrak and put his hand on him and cast Heal. See if that helps his memory loss.
Yeah, Heal is supposed to fix mental disorders. The very potent Heal spell enables the priest to wipe away disease and injury in the creature who receives the benefits of the spell. It completely cures all diseases or blindness of the recipient and heals all points of damage suffered due to wounds or injury. It dispels a feeble mind spell. It cures those mental disorders caused by spells or injury to the brain. Naturally, the effects can be negated by later wounds, injuries, and diseases. Alright. So, yeah, Chandrak, your traumatic brain injury is wiped clean, and your memory returns to you. You remember that as you turned that corner in the alley, well, I already told you this when you made the character.
Yeah.
So you can now tell people what happened.
Yeah. So when Ashriel does that and So Chandrak kind of starts to closes his eyes and starts to go through the memory again. And he makes it past the part where the block was. And he remembers, he goes through it inside his head, and he remembers his whole memory. And then when he does, his face comes completely pale. And now he's shaking and sweating even more than he was earlier. And Chandrak's like, oh God, oh no, oh God, I'm fucked. Oh, I shouldn't have remembered that. Oh, I shouldn't have remembered that. Oh no, oh,
Asher
this is
pulls him
bad.
into
This is
an
bad.
embrace and he lets her.
Yeah, Chandrak just kind of has his like hands on his head, and like he like almost like doesn't even like kind of notice you with him, but he's, oh no, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, this shouldn't be in my brain.
So Ash will ask, well, what is it?
The fact that I'm not dead already is a miracle. I can definitely not tell you. Not here. Not here. Maybe. No. No. Nope. No. Nope. Can't tell you. Never. Can never tell anyone. This is a horrible mistake. I'm sorry. Thank you, but this was a mystery better left unsolved. I'm sorry. This is bad. I hope. Ooh, boy.
Asher and company.
Asher holds him close and like tries to, not very strong, but she tries to hold him tight enough to like control this like shaking. And she says low in his ear so only he can hear. She says, Chandrak, you raised the avatar of a god. We killed the avatar of a god. See that whatever you have remembered is terrifying, and I believe we should be afraid. But I also believe it should be afraid of us. We are powerful. You are powerful. Let us help.
Chandrak kind of finally starts to calm down and take a few breaths, and he says, thank you, Asher, but there are some things even worse than the powers. And I got its attention once, and I don't want it to get it again.
She kind of pulls away and she says where other people can hear. She says, what do you need from us? I can tell that you need not to talk about it right now, and that's okay. Think about it. You need to get home.
I do.
You need help against an enemy. Figure out what you need from us.
We might be able to help me get home, but this is not an enemy we can fight. There's no fighting this. This is, and Chandrak kind of, he looks at Ashrael, he looks at Jim, he looks at Varen, he looks at all the clerics, and says, there are some things much, much stronger than your powers. And some things are better off not messed with or forgotten. Maybe I'll have to process this. Maybe there might be something, but there's no fighting what I got its attention.
Asher like smooths his hair like a child. says, all right. Get you home. If you could help me with Adamar first, that would be very helpful, but we'll get you home.
Sure.
And she puts her forehead against his and says, may whatever powers there are do their worst if they get in our way. That'll be it for Asher.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Yeah, so Chandrak's just gonna just take another minute and process and just try to finish calming down. And he now kind of starts to return the hug to Asher finally.
Okay. Shirka comes over and looks like she missed the opportunity for the group, or she almost missed the opportunity for the group hug. She just comes in and gives you guys a hug too.
And when she joins, Chandrak kind of chuckles and smiles again and has like a small little tear.
And Gravo finishes up eating that rib and kind of comes over and lets out this loud belch. And it smells kind of like, bologna. And he comes over and with his big greasy hands, he hugs it out as well. Tenzi and Company.
Asher extracts himself from the group hug and then places a hand on Chandrak's shoulder and said, when you were in need, I was there for you. I will always be there for you. And then he walks away.
Thank you, Admiral.
And he tends to Usha. Tenzi makes sure all of our gear is packed and secure on the horses. And I think that's it for us.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher, slowly releases Chandrak. Kind of keeps her hands on his shoulders for a minute while she looks at him and sees he's steady and his breathing has returned to normal. What does she see?
You no longer see the silhouette of the woman's head surrounded by blades when you look deep within his eyes. And that shock that you once sensed is gone.
And
That
Asher just
spiritual-
takes a step back and kind of pulls Jim to take a step back, and they're just going to give him a little breathing room. They're just going to wait for Chandrak to do what he needs to do.
Okay, Chandrak and Company.
I think right now that Chandrak will just go over and he'll take a sip by the fire for a minute.
I don't see where Ryer is, but he starts playing a guitar song.
Yeah, seeing Chandrak go over the fire, he'll join him.
And Shirka comes back to the fire as well and sits down. And she starts going through her one of her pouches, and she pulls out some arugula and starts munching on it. Okay, end of round. Gravo seems to be intrigued by Arahil, and he comes over to Arahil.
Ah! Reach!
And he starts petting Arahil along his head and neck. And he goes,
I always love this big bird. This is a very big bird.
Hanatar says, "The biggest bird! The greatest bird!"
and Tenzin Company.
Astral is going to call out to Chandrak and ask him if he wants to forget that memory or not.
And Chandrak looks back to Astral and says, "Can you do that?"
Maybe. And he puts the helm of telepathy on, and he concentrates on Chandrak and makes a suggestion that he forgets that memory.
He does, but it only lasts for one round. Suggestion is a very, very short
Okay.
Duration spell.
So he'll do that, then ask after a minute if that worked or not.
And Chandrak will sigh. It did for a second, but no, the memory's back.
Oh, what if he forgotten that he was traumatized all over again after a minute?
Yeah, a little.
You don't sense any trauma anymore. You sense that the trauma is gone.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm talking about Asher when she was looking into your
Okay.
eyes.
Okay.
The trauma itself is gone now because now he knows, what happened.
He's just very afraid.
Yeah, just very afraid of the consequences of what happened. Although I suppose the consequences is him being here. Yeah. Anyways.
So then Ash will say, well, I will consider how to help you. And he goes back to Ushat. Tenzi's done with the horses, so he looks to Asher and kind of calls out, whenever you're ready, Captain, we can go.
She nods and says, yeah, we'll finish loading Chandrak's things, and when he's ready, we'll all head out.
That'll be it for Tenzi and company.
Gravo says,
Why do you call her the Capitan?
She has a boat, a ship. She is the captain of it.
Oh, this is most interesting news. You must have come across much treasure since the last time that I adventured with you.
She winks at him and says, so much treasure.
Well, good luck with your future endeavors as well.
Same to you.
and he goes,
Well, men, shall we move?
and of course, they moved a bit slower than you do. You know, you guys are mounted, and you're on the worst day, your movement is 20, and theirs is going to be like 12. So, because they're not force marching, they're just marching all willy nilly, and they start, finishing their ribs and whatnot, and getting back together in a group. Right, Tenzi and Company.
I'll just ask Asher if she wants to travel with them or if we should just move on ahead. I like traveling with a group, and they'll slow us down some, but
Yeah,
they'll be veering off at some point, so maybe it won't be that big of a deal for half a day or whatever, a day.
they're going to be cutting your speed in half.
Yikes.
Plus, they said they were staying in the Forever Forest, and you guys are leaving the Forever Forest to follow the the edge of it, but through the plains, because you can move faster through the plains.
Asher kind of frowns in consideration and says, no, I think we're faster by ourselves.
Okay. Tenzi's going to take this turn then to mount, since he's not proficient. And Asriel as well will mount. And then Musashi will wait because he's proficient. And that'll be it for us.
Okay.
Oh.
Whoops. Sorry, I didn't write that properly. I was writing what I wanted to do. That's not the full thing.
Okay.
I pressed enter accidentally.
It already is. The worst.
No, I know. I
not
did that
done.
incorrectly. That's not what I wanted.
Okay.
I didn't mean to enter that.
Okay. Asher and Company.
So, Potterbill and is gonna mount and Asher asks Minotaur and Varen to finish packing up Shandrak's things while he has a think. They're gonna do that. Asher and Jim are gonna mount the elephant. Mount. That'll be it for them for now.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
1 second. So Shandrak, he's a little calmer now, but still rustled, and he kind of he's holding his hands together and he's rubbing his hand, and then he feels the ring on his finger of wishes, and he looks at you all and says, "I really appreciate everything you guys have done, but this is something better left forgotten." And I activate the ring and say, "I wish my memory from the time of entering the Lady of Pain's palace to the moment I arrived in Maria's house to be permanently blocked."
Okay. And with that, the effect of Ashriel's heal spell disappears. And Ashriel now has a heal spell to cast again today, if he wishes, and he never cast it earlier.
Okay.
And Shandrak, you still have that memory blockage that you always had before.
Do I remember wishing it away?
Huh?
Do I remember wishing it away?
Remember wishing it away?
Yeah, like from this
Would-
point.
Yeah. Would he become confused about why he only has 2 more wishes?
I think in order for the memory blockage to be permanently blocked,
Okay.
you wouldn't
problem.
remember making the wish.
No problem. That makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
total sense.
Can't wait for you to go for that third wish and go, what the heck? I got gypped.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll have to
It's
remember that.
effective!
I'll have to remember that. So after that, Shandrak will jump up, seen in bright-haired and bushy tail, and says, "All right, let's continue our adventure." I'll make his way to his horse, and so will Ryer.
Okay. And Shirka and company start moving out, but they're like so slow compared to you guys. Oh, I need to check something. There's got to be a saber-tooth tiger with a saddle. I'll check that later.
Yeah, I've seen them. So
You've seen gifs of saber-tooth tiger
Yeah.
with a saddle? Okay. Nice. All right. Okay. So. Oh, right. Yeah. XP. All right. So. Gravo is level 5. Shirka. Level 7. And I don't think Shirka has any magic. Magic items. I take that back. She has 1. Okay. Strength P values. All right. Three players. What was it? 8 NPCs? 7 of which were fighters. That part doesn't matter anyways. You didn't kill them.
9 NPCs. 10 C and 1 for Shadrach. So this is gonna be like a pittance, but better than nothing. Some powerful role playing, dudes.
Yeah, you each got like almost 1,000 from RP.
Went for just the right moment to bring up the memory thing again.
Yeah. 3. And then the tribesmen are worth 15. Wow. And let's see, 4, 8, 10. change the trees to... Weird, it's not letting me change the line type. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, whatever. I'll do that some other time. Central Panoplia. I think. I think I did movement for July 5th yet, did I? So we do know that it's a light breeze with no precipitation. And that means movement rate 24. And it's going to be at least 25 miles to leave the forest, going into open plains. Oh shit, whoops, did that wrong. Alright. 24. About 25 miles. Currently traveling in forest. Medium. Into which terrain will the party travel? Plain. Miles. No. Okay, so are you guys able to see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how far you're able to travel in the day, but you do have another encounter before that happens. At 1 p.m. Alright. So you come to a part of the forest that has a pond and a stream flowing through it. Okay. And if you guys could roll base size initiative for me. And I think we will leave it right there for the day. It is, let's see, time now. Uh, 1 p.m. July 5th. Right. And we'll take you back to the landing page. Alright. Any level ups? Maybe Ryer? No?
Very close for Ryer. So actually, though, I wanted to ask you. So, it probably just wasn't fully updated the last time, but so he has his current XP, and then in the XP gain part, he already had something there. So I don't know if that was added in or not added in, but like I just added like if you could like look on like the screen where I have Ryer's stats, like I just added like plus what he gained today, and I don't know if you want me to add what was already there, like if it was already added, if it was not added. I'm not sure if it was added to the
I'm
total XP.
pretty sure that it was not added.
Mm-hmm. So it should be 8,700 then?
Yeah, 8761 plus whatever he earned today, which is that the
Yeah.
1334?
Yeah, that's what you earned today.
Okay. So yeah, 8761 for him. This is his new total. And he gets 1 experience per GP value of treasure. So half the thief version.
Okay.
And he gets half as much experience as fighters get for hit dice as well.
Nice.
So the second edition Bard is supposed to be kind of like a fighter, thief, mage triple class almost. Like it was in first edition pretty much, wasn't it? Fighter, thief, mage?
You had to level in like fighter first before you could even become a.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think
So
I've heard of this one. It was like you had to be a fighter, then a thief, then a druid, and then you became a bard.
Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty sure it was like 3 classes, and then you could become a bard, and it was like a prestige class pretty much. But it was wasn't it in the player's handbook?
Yep. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So there must have been some stuff in Dragon, magazine during the Beck Me days that gave rise to that class. But yeah, he's got 8761. 0 gained XP. So he's at about 1,300 points. He'll gain another level, and I think do they gain 1 spell per level up, or is it?
No, I think the bards, they stop after they first get it.
They what?
I think they only get their like automatic spells and then
Oh,
something
yeah,
else,
they're
like they're level 2 and then nothing else or something like that.
yeah. Their initial spells. Player character classes. Rogue. Bard.
They gain slots, they just don't automatically gain spells. They only gain what they learn. They find.
Yeah.
At second level, a bard begins with 1 to 4 spells chosen either randomly or by the DM, and intelligence check must still be made to see if the bard can learn a given spell. The bard is not guaranteed to know read magic, and this is not needed to read the writings in a spell book. The bard can add new spells to his spell book as he finds them. He does not automatically gain additional levels, spells as he advances in level. Okay. All spells beyond those he starts with must be found during the course of an adventure. The bard's casting level is equal to his current level. Combat and spells are not the main strength of the bard. His expertise is in dealing and communicating with others. To this end, the bard has a number of special powers. The base percentage for each power is listed on table 33, yada yada yada. Okay. So no level ups, but we probably will have one next session, more than likely, because the monster that I rolled up for this encounter is ridiculous.
Oh.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it is a very strange monster with a very strange health mechanic. But it's always worth as much experience as it would have as though it had full health. But you roll 1 time, you roll 1 die, and that's what all of its hit dice have. So, monster hit die is a D8 normally. So if you roll 8, it has, full health. If you roll 1, it'll have just a few hit points, and you can kill it really fast. So, and it's always worth X amount of experience points regardless of how much health it has. I think it's probably one of the cheapest ways to get experience points in the forest, other than coming across Trents. Trents are probably the best way to get XP. So it's these two monsters, Trents and this one, are the way to level up in forest. And actually, forest is a pretty good place to hunt for XP too, because of those two monsters. Trents, you don't even have to fight them. You just encounter them and get XP. You don't get, if you don't kill them, you don't get hit die XP. But what you do, you got like, I think Trents are anywhere from 12 to 144,000 experience points per encounter, because you encounter 1d12 of them, and they have like 1d12 plus so many hit dice or something. So they're worth from 1 to 12,000 experience points each or something like that. So it's literally 12 to 144,000 experience points per encounter with Trents. I have run many encounters with Trents and the next monster, so I know how their experience works. It's pretty amazing, those two monsters. Okay, so any suggestions for me on how I could have run things better, smoother, or faster?
The only thing I have to say right now is I like to ask a question of like, so with the way that I cast my wish spell, you said that Ashrael never casted heal. So could you roll that to say that since I said I want to be permanently blocked, that in that, like, we had that whole moment where I had the second memory and Ashrael came up, but instead Chandrak now doesn't have any desire to have the memory black, so just said no to him.
Yes, and now it will take nothing short of a god wish to reverse it.
Perfect.
So, yeah. And you can add that information to your character sheet as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it will take a god wish. So no heal spell is going to heal it in the future.
Cool. Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay. Who do we got? I think Lord Gozumba always starts like 45 minutes after we finish. And I would rather raid him than any... Like, I don't want to raid MCDM. He, like, treats me like trash. Every time I'm in his chat, I'm garbage. So, let's see. My friend Skagith. He is my brother from another mother. We can raid him. Skagith's a great guy. He loves to run D&D. He has a special version of it that he wrote himself. I don't think he's running D&D right now, though. I think he's playing something else. But I met him on Twitch years ago, and
we like to raid each other back and forth. So here is Skagith.